I want to welcome you to the inaugural episode of Little Eric's Big Wisdoms. In which Little Eric, that's me, shows you how big wisdoms can be. The size of the entire continent of Africa. What big wisdoms do you have for us in store today? Well, I'd say there's no good sense in throwing up valuable objects. Some wisdom for you, if you're into wisdoms. Don't cover your floor in banana peels. It increases the likelihood of you slipping. Hi, hello. We're sharing wisdoms today. Um, don't drink bat guano. It's not food. Sup, Eric was hoping for a stream. Who's Sup, Eric? Is that like Super Eric? He's better than me. Oh, he's better than me. Oh my god, it fucking hurts cause I'm not like other guys, I'm worse. And she's better than me. Hi, Mr. Bobby. Had something more than her old used towel on my bathroom floor. Woke up today feeling tombstone gray. So, other wisdoms that I have. You can milk a cow, but you can't cow a milk. If you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends. Another piece of famous wisdom for you. I believe that was Aristotle who said that. I think he also said, if you leave your leftover sandwich in the fridge for more than like 12 hours, it's fair game. I've eaten all the rest of Rachel's leftover sandwich because she just kept not eating it. So I was just like, okay, I'm just going to eat it. I believe it was Forrest Gump's mother who said, stupid is as stupid has. One of those Mandela effect things. A lot of people misquote it and they think it says stupid is as stupid does. Stupid is as stupid has. If you have stupid things, then you're stupid. Well, I was going to talk about the word stupid earlier. Winston's mom brought it up, I think, in a chat. And I forgot all about talking about it, but I wanted to. I mean, by and large, stupid is a term used by TI people to dismiss non-TI satisfactory justifications. Sometimes with good cause, like you're talking about something that TI ought to be used to I'm not entirely sure what all the parts of that theory are. I know there's more than one part to it, but you mean underqualified and overconfident? Well, I mean, the thing is, underqualified and overconfident is something that's likely to get called stupid. Maybe that's the best way to determine what ought to be called stupid. But I mean, I think calling something stupid. No, I didn't see the link. I'd like him to link that here. I'll watch it and learn. Oh, I appreciate that, Ruben. Good job. I could probably just go if I see him here. I can go to his channel by going like, yeah. I don't think I've ever been to his channel before. Go to channel. Ruben R's channel. Is this your only video? What a great title. Two disturbing chord changes. Shapes Johnny hopes you'll never see. Let's see.
Strawberry Chainsaw. Here are the two chord shapes throughout the whole song. It's just a major chord and a minor chord shape. And the way Johnny plays it is there are different chord shapes, but I haven't figured that out. But this is predominantly the shape that's used. So here we go. Here's first fret. So the first chord is F. Take the octave right there, and then start that as the root. So it's on the D string, third fret. Then G is fifth fret, and then mute the B string, and then fifth fret again on the E string. And then the last detail here is right here in your pointer finger on third fret. You want to mute the A string above it just by having the little tip of your finger. Let me see if I can do that. Just touching the A, right? And so it like of your index. And then for the second chord, it's a minor shape, right? So you're going from the F to the G minor right here on the fifth fret, and then you just switch the pinky finger down half step to middle finger right here, and you have. And those two shapes are the entire song. Kind of forgetting it right now how to play it, like the rhythms, or actually I know the rhythms pretty much, but the order of the chords and the way I wrote this doc is kind of stupid because you can only see one chord at a time and then you have to scroll down. So
Yeah,
whatever. But those two shapes are everything. So again, the major,
12x, 12x. 12x,
major,
12, 12x is
then
not
you
the
go to
same
minor,
shape.
and then everything else is those two shapes
Oh, I see.
all throughout
12x,
the
12,
fretboard.
10.
You know, later
Okay,
there's
yeah.
a minor, B flat. No, I got that all wrong. I'm ending the video now. Bye.
Very impressive, Ruben. That's very impressive. I don't. Will I be typing the Mongolian mindset Mercer guy? Lots of controversy around it now. Could be good for views. Well, that's a nice way to approach that sort of thing. Much more likely to get an outcome than John Doe's approach. Uh, I've never heard of him. Let me look him up. Mongolian Mindset Mercer. Mongolian Mindset, huh? Well, he got Obama wrong, that's for sure. Maybe I will type him. Who knows? Yeah, well, I don't really know what to make of all that stuff. Maybe I'll look into his type and maybe I'll even like make a Typology video or something. It's not inconceivable. I don't think Erwin R is being passive aggressive, Bobby. I think he's engaged in a repartee and back and forth for reasons only God knows. He claims to be an ENTJ, but everyone thinks he's SE dumb, meaning probably ESFP. Yeah, he's being overtly aggressive. Like a saltwater crocodile inside of a freshwater alligator inside of another saltwater crocodile. That's how aggressive he's being. I'm going to get my bong to clean it out here. Yeah, don't pick on Mr. Bobby, Ruben, you meanie. God, enough already. You're constantly bullying everybody. Said no one ever to Ruben. Oh, you guys should really get to witness this. All the juiciest parts are already been done, but you can still just coming out like buckaroos. There's so much black stuff coming in. It's been like maybe, I don't know, a week since I cleaned this bong. Ridiculous. Don't want to get it to come out. Shake it up a little bit. Ew. There we go. Now we're cooking with gaseous clay. As you can see, cleaning out the bone, if you want to get it even reasonably clean, can take a little bit of effort and time. It's not nature's easiest thing. And that's just like, you can see how black it still is, but that'll do for now. It doesn't have to be perfect. You're just going to get it dirty again right away. Kind of like your penis. Oh, it doesn't need to be that clean. Since I'm always sticking it into mud and stuff. That's how it gets so dirty. Every time I see a mud puddle somewhere, it's like, oh my god, I gotta put my wiener in that mud. Bob's Fetid Foot Emporium. Poor name for a business, I'd say. Well, so let's talk about the important wisdoms that will help us all evolve into human 2.0. Step 1. Embrace Elon Musk as a visionary. Step 2. Have a bunch of surgeries to implant shit into your skull. Hey, Rachel's here. Look at that. It's Rachel Lapalosa No More Strauss. Okay, that's an excellent question, Mrs. Wong. Excellent question. Normally, the size of a wisdom correlates pretty closely to its importance, but there are some very big wisdoms that aren't very important, like people smile. It's not a very important wisdom. It's true. It's big in the sense that it covers a large scope of area, all people, basically. It doesn't specify or quantify all, but the implication is people in general, something equivalent to all people. Smile. So yeah, it covers a big scope of area. It's true, but is it really wise? I mean, wise would suggest that you've learned something of significance, possibly from experience. Maybe you just have good intuition, but it suggests there's something more there than just something being true, like I'm peeing right now is true. It doesn't make it wise. Wisdoms suggests that there might be some kind of advice or advisory capacity in this thing being said, but I'm more likely to interpret the term to mean here's the best way to understand something, although I'm not expressing in that fashion during this video. I was thinking, I watched not long before starting this stream, the video I made about college admissions, education, compulsion versus, free choice, and the standardization modality in place and all that kind of stuff. It's it's standardization under the wrong frame that's the problem. If you were standardizing things by type correctly, like you standardize a curriculum for ESFPs, a curriculum for ENTPs, a curriculum for ESTJs, what have you, then I think you still run into fundamentally a problem of people need to authentically be empowered to choose what they want to do, and there's variance within a type, especially with like ESTJs or ENTJs. They can really tackle whatever it is that strikes their fancy in terms of coming to master that well enough to succeed at it. So they especially are going to be resistant to limitations or limited curricula. But that's the bottom line is the biggest problem is standardization linking to standardization in the absence of cognitive functions. So making everybody deviate from a single mean, regardless of type, means I'm going to be an outlier in, say, verbal reasoning and argumentation and stuff. Other students are going to be outliers in other areas. TE DOMs are going to be, depending on what they're into and various other things, probably successful kind of across the board. Given the fact that the education system isn't structured to make particular note when, like, if I get an A in English class and so does Steve, and Steve's an ESTJ, there's a false equivalency there, right? His work may have been good enough to earn an A, but mine would have been, by far the best in the class, probably. Unless you get a weird class with another such individual. That's how it always was for me. Like, teachers would read my papers out loud and stuff. Education systems change. It doesn't seem to reward originality or adversarial analysis very much. And it's like, who becomes teachers? Either people who want to become teachers for the wrong reasons, like they want to help kids, or they want to educate tomorrow's youth in their politics or some bullshit like that, rather than you're better off with a teacher like me who just kind of stumbled into it from a lack of ambition, but who's actually a intuitive thinking rationalist. As a debate coach anyway, I accomplished great things educationally. There's no doubt about that. I got little kids even to understand and successfully execute sophisticated arguments about complicated matters at levels that adults in the actual world almost never do. So, I feel good about that. But it wasn't because I was like motivated by some love of helping children or something, right? I did like working with young people, it was rewarding in lots of different ways, but that's not why I went into teaching. And the other thing to note is the reason I was so effective at educating students in debate has a lot to do with the nature of debate. It's a competition zero-sum sport that made it such that if I want to win, the kids have to win, and I wanted to win. So what else was there to say but that, you know? It turned out that I was kind of almost uniquely well qualified to do the job for a variety of reasons, both experiential, attentional, and just particular, like, Eric things. Let's see if we can see anything up here. I believe that's the drum up there. Is it moving around? Where'd it go? Let's put it right in the middle. Huh. So right now the camera is perfectly still, but it's moving around. So you can't see it anymore at the moment, but there it comes back in. So the reason it's appearing and disappearing is because it's moving around, either out from behind or behind this tree here. There's not a big gap of space in between the tree and the sky. Let me try to move it and see if I can get it a better angle so it's not going behind the tree like that. Let's see. Where is it? I can't seem to get it in frame anymore. Where is it? Let me turn the camera around. This one? Camera. Okay. Let's see if I can get it here. There it is. Okay. Now the camera's still. You can see that it's moving around a little bit, mostly staying in one spot, but if we watch it for a while, it'll move more. I don't know. This one, may have been my eyes playing tricks on me. I wonder about these ones where I don't clearly see three different flashing color lights. Like the one I saw last night had three very clearly different color flashing lights. So that may be Saturn, I don't know. Unless it suddenly starts moving around. I'm not sure. It's just staying in one place? Oh, it's weird. I guess my eyes are playing tricks on me in the sky. I've noticed that before. It happens. So yeah, I guess it's a planet or something. I wonder if we can see the satellites up there at night. What can we see in the night sky? Let's find out. Maybe we'll see some spooky aliens or something, you know. This would be the dream score. Clear and obvious alien UFO. Okay. So, let's see what we can see over here. They've got their bright light on, so it's kind of unfortunate. Probably I'm too far away from the internet at this point. Well, you really can't see anything, huh? It's so crazy how much I can see in the sky, but it doesn't come out on the camera at all. What's that? Is it an alien? No, it's just my window. Well, I was holding you up high over my head in hopes that you'd be able to see the sky better. It doesn't really look like that you can see it at all. It's not a bad night for sky watching, but obviously this phone isn't really the ideal telescope. I didn't get it at idealtelescopephone.com like I should have. Then I'd have the ideal telescope built into a phone. So I look at the sky a lot these days. I look for drones. Sometimes I see them, sometimes I don't. I look for Starlink. I've seen it on a couple of occasions, but I'm not sure how often it goes around, or like when. I wonder if you could track that. Like, when will I see? When can I see Starlink from my house? You know, when can I see Starlink from my house? Starlink's trippy to look at because it really feels like how do I find what my coordinates are? Put that in. Find my coordinates. On your computer, open Google Maps. Google Maps. Right click the place or area on the map. There. copy that? Oh, good. I can't. I go here. Again. All right. 5. No timing is found with good visibility for the next 5 days. Is today the 8th or the 9th? Oh, it's the 9th. So I missed the one that was at 9:09. There's an opportunity for 5 minutes to see it at 5:21 a.m. They all say, sorry, this may not be visible based on recent user reports, but I don't know, I've seen it recently to me, so. Um, it does tell me times though. Like, tomorrow it's at 5:21 a.m. Then on the 11th of August, it's 9:29 p.m. again. So that's kind of useful. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Thanks, Rachel. When I saw it, and it was very much like, oh my God, what is that string of blue dots moving across the sky? It's so clear and vivid and interesting, and not the sort of thing you could see in Los Angeles because of all the light pollution. Um, it really makes me feel like I'm in a science fiction book to have this long string of blue dots that represent, commercial satellites orbiting the Earth to provide internet that doesn't turn out to be very good, apparently. It's weird. It's we've all seen movies about worlds that you can see like partially constructed artificial moons being built in orbit and stuff, and or other weird sky shit representing development and technology not yet attained, but to see those satellites when you're across the sky is, to have, for mankind to have, by its own will, changed the night sky such that now, in addition to all the normal stars and shooting stars and the moon and planets and so forth that we've always seen in the sky with constellations and the movements of the heavens in that fashion. Now there's this other weird thing that's shooting across the sky, this long string of blue lights, and you know, it's never existed before. And if if we were to have it still exist somehow back in primitive times, the primitive people who made a lot of significance of the sky would have made a ton of significance about that, It would have been like, okay, those that string of blue lights are different than everything else, and it seems to be moving so fast across the sky, and they all seem to be coordinated with each other, but they're not always exactly equidistant. It's hard to predict exactly where their orbits are going. I wonder what the olden days people would have made of that, putting a big deal about that one. They'd be like, you were born when the blue lights passed overhead. It's a very auspicious beginning. That makes you a blue lighto. You know what? What modern science has revealed. The truth is, there is no ball in the sky. It's just stars that vaguely resemble that shape. If you were to draw lines between them. I know. I know, right? You're like, well, what's all this shit about archers and Capricorns and bears? Yeah, it turns out it's all bullshit. It's just like, I could draw lines between those things and make it kind of look like a bear. It's a bear. If you were born under the sign of the bear that we arbitrarily drew with our lines, then you have bear-like qualities, including thick fur, hibernation, a desire to eat a lot of berries, and other such important bear-like qualities. No offense to you, uh, to you astrology peoples out there. It's just a little bit ridiculous, is all. Because how could it make any difference, like, how big the moon was when I was born? Oh, you were born under a waxing moon. It's a bad sign. It means you're going to have a waxy complexion. What if you're born under a waning moon? Naturally, it means you'll have a wan complexion. But wan doesn't sound like wane. It does if you leave off the ing/e. But enough questions. You're too wan to be asking questions. Why do you keep talking about my wandness? Because you're extremely wan. What does that mean exactly? Pale, kind of sickly looking. Like you've seen a ghost, maybe. Drained of color. Like an albino. Or the corpse of an albino frozen to death in Antarctica. What could be more drained of color than that? The corpse of an albino frozen to death in Antarctica. That's got to be the most drained of color thing you can imagine. Except like a painting after a color drain procedure has been executed on it. Such as make my image black and white. That could also be said to be equally drained of color. I think that's fair criticism. I don't blame you for making that criticism. I don't blame you for hating me for that. Who wouldn't? But Eric, you say, actually there are jungles in Antarctica. I don't think we're talking about the same place. You're thinking about Africa. Okay, and there's a lot more things than just jungles in Africa. There's really more jungles in South and Central America than there are in Africa, probably. If you were to add up all the jungles, I'm sure. Amazon rainforest plus all those other around there jungles. You're gonna out jungle Africa any day. Africa has got unfair. Their jungle hood is overhyped. Now, I grew up in the concrete jungle in the hard streets of Arcadia. And it's a different kind of jungle. Out there, every day, that I didn't have to use my AK, it was a good day. And that was like maybe 3 days a month. It was a good day. The other 27 days of the month, I had to use my AK too much. I think I was probably using it for wrong purposes. Things like opening my car door. I was always losing my keys. So I just shoot open the car door with my AK. I was always strutting. I didn't even tuck it, you know. And I'd do things like try to get a book down off of a shelf using the AK. Um, Celebrate a video game victory by shooting it into the air. I used it to like dig a hole for if I was gardening, like dig little holes for the plants I was planting. So that's probably why I had to use my AK so much. Is I think in retrospect I was using it inappropriately. Naturally, the neighbors complained eventually, and the police came and took it away from me. They said that's not how you're supposed to use an AK. They caught me using it to exterminate ants. And you know, they were in the kitchen, so my parents, of course, weren't home at the time. But that's what life was like in the hard streets of Arcadia. If you weren't packing heat, you were just walking meat. And by heat, I mean Sperry topsiders. When are Rachel and me making s'mores live? Look, we're not gods. We can't bring life to graham crackers and marshmallows and chocolate. All right? We're not going to create some sort of Frankensteinian monster by electrifying our ingredients and hoping to create life. If we could just electrify the right amino acids, I'm sure we could do it. Bible Adventures was actually really good. I want to go to Bible Adventures. What does it mean when you get the investigator type 5? I did the Enneagram test. It means you're super special. If your s'more came to life, well, then you'd have to take care of it, I guess. You have to find out what s'mores eat. You'd have to feed it. You'd have to nurture it, reassure it. It would be at a high risk of growing up with low self-esteem because it's going to be so different from the other kids in school. They will all be people, and your kid will be a s'more, a talking s'more. You try to name a normal thing like Gary, but all the kids call him s'more. How gradients are so last year, Rubenar. Hence their name. My nod was strangely satisfying. Oh, nod. Noid. Noid? Nod? I need to make this bigger. My weak eyes are as strong as olive oil. Not very strong. Yo Noid was fun to play, and I still play it. I've not seen Yo Noid. Oh, Yo Noid for NES. Ever play Feel the Magic? Is that a euphemism for masturbating? I have done that before. I found out about it when I was like 37. I was like, you mean you can make this dude this stuff all by yourself? Can you feel the love tonight? It's that wiener in your hand. Those are the original lyrics to Elton John's classic Disney song. Can you feel the love tonight? It's that wiener in your hand. Oh, is that what it is? That's love? Well, that's what we're going to euphemistically call it. It sounds better than cock. And we're also, Boba Fett, the original lyrics to that were, of course, penis in the wind. Just a penis in the wind. It's about avoiding getting penis chapping. Feel the Magic is a video game? That's why, of course, I'm introducing my new product, Chapstick. It's like chapstick, except for your penis. In case you engage in a lot of interpretive dances to Elton John's Penis in the Wind. Or be like go skiing, balls out, and you take it literally. You listen to Johnny for the first time because of Ruben R. Well, I greatly appreciate you not listening to me, Karma's fan. Or Rachel. Elton John. No. The opposite of this is not this. All right? The train don't stop anymore at this here station. You'll have to exit down the line. That is something that sounds like it'll be a country song. Because the train don't stop at junction any longer. You're gonna have to get off somewhere down the line. Actually, the lyrics are "Hold my penis close to Prancer." It's a mix between one of Elton John's normal penis songs and a Christmas song. Hold my penis close to Prancer. Rudolph's known to bite sometimes. Wow, Mr. Bobby. You know, it's not me. These are Elton John's lyrics, okay? These are the original lyrics. I have access to his original songbook with the original lyrics. You're just making shit up, okay? You know, obviously, originally it was Yellow Dick Road. It's a song about a time he painted his penis yellow to match his spangly outfits. Goodbye, Yellow Dick Road. Um, it's actually Goodbye, Yellow Dick Chode, because he painted the whole area there yellow for a conceptual film he made just for a private audience, himself and his friends. Um, then of course I guess he wrote that Lion King song. How does it go? Hey, you know, the one where he he holds up the baby lion. Where does that song go? Did he write that one? I think so. Well, he wasn't a good one to get to write the. I mean, he did a good job with "Can You Feel the Chode Tonight?" Well, the answer for Elton John was yes. It's like Africa music. You know, the best scores were the ones like kind of like musical show tune style writers, like the score to Aladdin, um, and the score to Little Mermaid, the score to Beauty and the Beast. Those were the good scored Disney movies. The ones that were scored by like Elton John are like, Where's the W in between the numbers? It stands for wing, if you're talking about enneagram. I don't buy into wing concept at all, but some people do. I don't see any reason for it. It doesn't seem to explain anything in particular, and it just seems completely arbitrary. Arbitrary, like Barbara Terry at the barber's Harry Hollis scary party. I've officially even managed to bore Rachel. She's listening to something else in the other room. Well, I mean, it's only a dangerous game if you're not, in which case you'll get challenged on it by plenty of people. Even if you are, you'll get challenged on it by plenty of people. But but the difference is, like, I don't get challenged on my type very much anymore. To the extent that anybody does challenge me on my type, they're clearly both very uninformed and, or more likely, just trying to be a hater, you know. Whereas for other people, there's a genuine, there are people who are trying to be as gentle as possible, telling them the same thing that haters try to tell me, that, like, you're not an ENTP, and I know this is not what you want to hear, but you're not. And it's like, how, what are the frequencies? If you look at the frequencies with which people accuse me of not being an ENTP versus the frequency of which people accuse, say, Melissa Talks or Club ENTP or um, C.S. Joseph of not being an ENTP, I'm sure the frequency with them is vastly higher. Now, that's not in and of itself determinant about anything, because, like, one could imagine an organized campaign to uh, to to have a bunch of people comment that I'm not one, and thereby invalidate that metric entirely. But in its naturally occurrent state, like now, you're not going to see that many people um, authentically saying, Eric, you're not an EHP. Because if you know anything about typology, then what you're looking for from an ENTP is somebody who wants to spit a bunch of different ideas, a lot of them original, but even the ones that aren't original, not necessarily cited or sourced to specific other ideators, just, grabbed kind of willy-nilly from the landscape of ideas. Somebody who is kind of a debate-minded person, but who is talking and debating about interesting ideas in at least somewhat novel or interesting ways. Um, and is has their fingers in a lot of different pies, or has a history of having their fingers in a lot of different kind of creative pies, possibly. But if not creative, all creative necessarily, it could be a lot of different ideational pies. Um, and obviously, there's going to be variance within a type, but the point is, one thing that all ENTPs will share is this capacity to, and tendency to even, um, come up, talk about intellectual stuff from lots of different possible angles, explore topics at great length, and be able to keep up and go back and forth intellectually with each other, and more or less understand what each other's saying. Not necessarily cooperatively communicate, but be able to speak each other's language. Um, so in case you guys were wondering, I just wanted to reiterate: Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who I think I am the one, but the kid is not my son. Well, in general, fellow ENTP, taking different tests multiple times is not going to provide you much more information about your type than anything else, except being properly typed by somebody who knows what they're doing, namely me. Or potentially there's somebody else out there doing it properly, but I don't really think so. I'm just sick and tired of Billie Jean insisting that I'm her lover. I don't even know who she is. I've never known any Billie Jean. And if I did, I'd be wary right away. I do know of Billie Jean King, the women's tennis player, who defeated some guy in some battle of the sexes uh, tennis match. I mean, the thing is, here's the reality, fellow NDP, is there's a greater than average chance, or greater than 50% chance, that you are not an ENTP or an INTP. And because online tests pop out results that say intuitive all the time. They overtype into people as intuitive by a large amount. So um, most of the people who think they're ENTPs are not. They're not any kind of NTP. They're probably not an NTJ either. But sometimes they are. Much more likely to be an STP, STJ, even an SFJ, sometimes an NFJ maybe might, you know. But that's just statistically, you could be one of the ones who is actually one. You can't you can't trust those tests because their methodology is bad. They rely too much on self-reporting. In fact, they rely almost entirely on self-reporting, and they don't have good reasons to assign whatever weightings they assign to different things to correlate with the types. Really, they only uh, I'm not surprised to see some Americans taking pleasure in their loss. I took a little pleasure in their loss myself because, um, you know, they won a couple World Cups and then they thought they were going to be all about social justice and equal pay for women's soccer and stuff. But the reality is, the reason women don't get paid as much to play soccer is because they don't have nearly as large a TV viewership, nor do they sell as many tickets to the World Cup games. So that's called the free market. Players will get paid, should get paid commensurate with the amount of money being made by the World Cup on their sport. I could hold uh, like a I don't know, best disc golf players in the world one-on-one tournament, and put it on TV and or you put it on the internet or whatever, and would not be able to pay anybody anything because nobody would. I would have such a hard time um, getting sponsorship for that. There's just not that much of an audience for it, you know. It's about as popular as bowling -10. You might say, well, that's different, Eric, because look, you're comparing apples and oranges, whereas they're comparing apples and apples. They're saying women's soccer players should get paid as much as men's soccer players. Whereas, Eric, you're saying disc golf players should get paid as much as soccer players, even though nobody watches disc golf. Well, my point is, you got to look at it from, if you're going to talk about money, you got to look at it from a business perspective. Women's soccer and men's soccer are different products that sell. There's a different level of demand for that attained a different level of TV audience and a different level of ticket purchasing audience. And, you know, obviously, just because the only difference in the product is gender doesn't mean the realities regarding the product don't exist and the realities of the marketplace don't exist. You can't pay money you don't have because you didn't bring it in as revenue. So regarding that whole like more about social justice than about soccer thing, plus their general arrogant attitude and clear like big headedness, kind of assume we're gonna win shit. It just didn't play well, you know. The players seemed distracted by a variety of things. Um, like Rapino seemed to clear harm to the team. She didn't do any good thing anytime she got on the field. She seemed to like be ready to have this be her swan song and it be all about what they've done before and not really caring about this one that much. And a lot of reasons why people are not necessarily sad the U.S. team lost. I'm not necessarily sad about it. I mean, I will say this. Obviously, I was rooting for them against Sweden, and they looked like a much better team the entire game against Sweden. But nevertheless, Sweden came out on top. You know, the game they lost there at the end against Sweden, that was the best by far the best game they played in the tournament. They looked pretty dominant throughout the whole game. And you know, their stats were quite dominant throughout the whole tournament in terms of like possession, number of corners, number of shots, shots on goal, all those kind of things. Except they just didn't do a great job of putting it in the net. Ultimately, that killed them. That combined with missing, I think it was 3 penalty kicks, not having them be saved, but missing the frame, missing the goal. So not being on frame, as they say in soccer lingo. If you watch soccer, you may be familiar with soccer lingo. Good night, Acacia. I want you to sleep like the angels are cuddling your head in their bosom. Um, I think I might play a little bit of guitar, not plugged in, It's a little late for that. Probably I don't want to bother the neighbors. But playing the guitars felt fun recently. They're right there. Strawberry juice. I don't know. I can't play that song. I'm not gonna even bother trying to play that song. That requires some practice. Playing the guitar. Oh, guitar. Guitar just makes me feel like I don't know what to do. It's like, what's the purpose of guitar anyway? I couldn't help but notice the following thing though. Ruben has a whole lot of colored stickers all over his guitar. Ruben has a lot of colored stickers all over his guitar. What are they there for? I don't know, I guess they tell him information that he needs to know when he's looking around to and fro. He's trying to find out exactly what note he wants to play with his fingers. Is it C sharp minor? Would it linger too long before going into D and then back up to, I guess, F to E? I can't conceive of putting all those little colored dots on the guitar. This has a pickup, but it's getting late. Too late to amplify though. That might sound great. I wouldn't want to get in trouble with the neighbors by being unnecessarily loud on a Wednesday night. Anyway, you get the general gist. It's a blues progression. That's how that goes. I don't know. This is obviously a terrible live stream. I'm just fucking around with the guitar. Nobody ever got no place in life by fucking around on the guitar. Sure, some people got some place in life by doing real kinds of work, playing the guitar. But I'm not one such person. I don't play the guitar in a meaningful way that imperses anybody I know anyway. Oh sure, I get fucking around on the guitar is better than just watching TV. You've seen before, but nevertheless, here I am doing it again. Even though it's yet to display any capacity to win. Such is me, such is life, such are the things that fill me with strife. Such are the wonders, such are the fears. These are the things that go through my ears. When I was born, the moon was half full, but my cup overfloweth. with all kinds of bull. Glorious stuff, but also disaster, as the white itself has become alabaster. Yeah, nobody ever got no place good by fucking around on the guitar. At least they should perhaps try to accomplish more. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they give, and I'm proud and wild and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Cause I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and whining, got a song to sing. When I said a few things and I'll admit it, if you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. should be like there, yeah. Should be a D. I was playing in the wrong place because I'm just sucking across all areas of achievement here in this live stream tonight. I'm just not doing a good job of being a live streamer. But I am doing a good job of entertaining myself. Going to the loaf, up mountain, going to the loaf, far from the city below. Going to the loaf, up mountain, going to the loaf, driving those windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on those trees. Going to the loaf, up mountain. Going to the loaf, far from the city below. Going to the loaf, up mountain. Going to the loaf, driving those windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on those trees. Here at the loaf. Where dreams come true. I'm living in a place that's better than the loaf. The loaf wishes it could be Mariposa. if you want it. You're mine if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something you can do. You said, you told me, whatever you said, I knew from in my head. Would you mind if I want it? I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. You said, you told me, whatever it was you said, whatever it was you said, in a bird, right my head. That's an old song that I haven't tried playing in a long time, but I'm remembering how it goes basically. I'm playing it better than used to be able to play it. You're mine if I want it. You're mine if I want it. Like that. Okay. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something you can do. It's supposed to be like that, but I can't really play it and sing at the same time. Mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. But I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. So yeah, I'm better off playing it kind of like, you're mine if I want it. Let's go right back into it like that. You're mine if I want it. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Everything you can do. You said, you told me, whatever you said, I knew those words would reverberate in my head. hard song to play. I never really got it down, I guess. If you're still here, you're a very patient person watching me just fuck around pointlessly on the guitar. It's feeling good to me right now, I don't know. Enough. enough already, you. What do you think you are, Stevie Ray Vaughan? Watch me fuck around on the guitar. I'm Stevie Ray Vaughan. Isn't it wonderful? Aren't you loving it? No, Stevie Ray Vaughan, we're not loving it. We're hating it. We're hating every second of it, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Do INFJs have a staring problem? What would a staring problem look like? Would it be staring too much, staring too little? Staring when one should glance, while glancing when one should stare? Does it involve staring at stairs? Well, I enjoyed playing the guitar. But you know, Grandma didn't win no Grammys for screwing around on the guitar. The Grateful Dead may have, but Stevie Ray Vaughan was the man. I believe, New Grove, that is what is known as a certain color flag. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not a green flag. Okay. If you see that on a dating profile, love Stevie Ray Vaughan. Just swipe. Don't show me this person again. Well, there's no disputing. That is assuming at least you're not some kind of magical chatbot. You are a fellow human. I mean, actually, you might not be human. You could be like a badger or something. A badger who can use the internet. There aren't a lot of badgers who can. We can't rule out the possibility without testing every badger. Does it now? Well, maybe that's because we're both human beings. A badger with opposable thumbs came over, asked if he could use my phone. I said, sure, open the door knob. Much to my surprise, he opened the door knob because he had two sides of opposable thumbs. On either side, he was able to open the door knob. I said, wow, how cool with you and your opposable thumbs making it possible for you to come in here and use my phone. Now, to mention you can talk. And that was the day I became friends with Talking Opposable Thumb Badger. And he was of a much nicer temperament than most badgers, but he would occasionally maul me a little bit. Just like he'd come over, hey, how's it going? And I'd go shake his hand, and then he'd start to maul me, and then after like a few minutes, go, sorry, sorry, it got away from me again. Casual jeans, fern shirt, or femme shirt in pink. Um, um, hmm. Casual jeans, feminine shirt. Well, I'd say shorts, but what's a feminine shirt that rhymes with shorts? I can't think of any. Or casual jeans like Gap. It's like a femme shirt. I think like crop or top. What casual jeans rhymes with that? Slop, crop slop. Oh, Strauss blouse. Okay, you got me there. You got me. That one didn't occur to me because I even thought about Levi's, but I said, no, that's too many syllables. I can't believe you got me with one with my own name in it. You might just be another NPC. Who knows? How do we know? Well, I'm pretty confident that I'm not an NPC because if I'm an NPC, then everybody's an NPC. Obviously, they'd endow NPCs with sufficient self awareness to convince them that they were not NPCs if they had consciousness at all. I have everything that would seem to indicate consciousness, independent identity, miggity mine. No, this whole person is Lil Eric. Okay. That guy down there, he goes by a lot of names, but Lil Eric is not one of them. Um, he goes by Cockerel Spaniel, one of his names. Another of his names is Titurius Superbus, when he was Roman emperor for a while. And another of his names is Dong Schlong. Richard Dong Schlong um, Chong. Richard Dong Schlong Chong is his Chinese name. Was his American name first? How can we sure we're not living out the Truman effect? Well, I mean, certainly it feels that way to me sometimes because weird things happen to me. Not necessarily that weird in the big scope of things if you measure it against all the weird things that happen in the world. But, like by far the trippiest thing that I've encountered. Although there's multiple trippy things that I encounter. Like, one of the trippiest is the methodology problem um, regarding COVID. Like, I've still had yet to anybody cite me as an example of anybody else saying that at the same time, and that seems impossible to me because it wasn't a challenging problem, especially. Now everybody's thinking about my penis. Well, you know, I'm not the police of other people's thoughts. They can think about whatever they want. I think about my penis a lot, so I resonate with them in that regard. I think, hey, what are you doing down there, Mr. Guy? Just kind of rolling around inside the pants here, huh? Nestled along your tender testicular pillow. The thing to remember about a man's penis is it's lots of different sizes, constantly changing size. I mean, I don't know about other men's penises necessarily, but mine is. I'm assuming, I'm generalizing from my own experience that other men's penises also change size. Like the tides of the ocean, so are the sizes of penis. You know, they say if you put your ear up against my scrotum, you can hear the ocean. But despite years of trying, I've never quite been able to get my ear down there. It's a real stretch, let me tell you. You gotta have some real ear dexterity if you're gonna do that. Or some real pre-surgery Will Smith ear action. Would probably help. Well, I had a student in school one time named Richard Dong. Yeah, both his first and last name meant penis. Dick Dong. One can only hope his middle name was something like Rod. Richard Rod Dong. Like a student I had whose name actually was Richard Dong. I think what we're going to do is have a combination of a bedtime story and a song. Once upon a time, new groove was in line at the DMV saying, issue me my driver's license, please. And he said, hey, what's up, Miss Groove? Do you have a problem I could help you with? And the Groove said they won't give me my driver's license. They try to tell me I am blind, but in reality I just can't see what the letters are on the chart, 'cause I've got letter dyslexia. K's look like Z's and M's look like O's. N's look like T's, and I suppose then S's look kinda like E's instead. And I don't know, they get mixed up in my head, but I can see just fine. So Winston's mom got in line. She was there to renew her registration just in time. She said, hey, show media. And he said, hey, Winston's mom. Then they said, what's going on? And somebody explained, New Groove's got a problem 'cause he's late about completing his necessary DMV business. So a human showed up and said, hey, don't worry, I've got a head for this kind of thing. I worked in the DMV one spring. When Boba Fett showed up and started trouble, said, fellow human, you're in your bubble, locked in your DMV lies. Can't you see it's time to get out of the thighs of that DMV? They've got you by the pee-pee, and what you gonna do about that? Mihalo Popovich was like, what's going on here? I just came to the DMV to get a new steering wheel for my car. Rachel said, I don't think you can get a steering wheel here. But before she finished, New Groove cut her off and said, hey, listen, I'm just trying to get my license here. What's the problem? I can see fine. I just get letters mixed up in my mind, as I said before, and you're discriminating against my disability. And then everyone's like, gasp. Oh, gasp. The DMV fell silent until a manager went out and said, oh Christ, you should have said you were disabled. Of course you can drive. Here's a permanent license for as long as you're alive. And you don't gotta pay nothing. We'll pay you instead for the privilege of driving while disabled. So that's the song. Unfortunately, Rachel, as often is the case, got interrupted. So whoever was responsible for that, shame on you. My hello, Popovic. My hello, Popovic. He liked to poke his hollow dick into holes he'd never met before. They hired him in Denmark to plug up the dikes when they would start leaking and the like. They said, me hollow, me high low, hope a big, hope a big. Won't you come put the dick in our dike? I've got emotional feelings for you as well, my darling Rachel. I feel emotional feelings of tenderness and love in my heart for you because you're a very special lady. Well, you know, not all my attempts can be winners, right? Unlike this one, which is a surefire winner. Show media, show media, show media, show media. You think it was a show about media, media about shows that it's a command. Show media. You like that one, show media. I know you like that one. Because it's all about you. I like songs that are all about me, sharing my tender intimacies, my self-perceptions and my thoughts, my feelings, my moistures a lot. What could be better than a song about me? I'll tell you who I am. I'll tell you that it's okay for you to say to me, Eric, can you sing another song about yourself? Yes, I can. My name is Eric. E-R-I-C. It rhymes with Derek, like an oil one out at sea. My name is Eric, and I have a YouTube channel. There genuinely are crazy people in the world. So crazy, in fact, that they are here listening to this here hurling out of poor ideas randomly for no reason at all. Oh, sure, I suppose they could do something worse, like getting squirted with a hose filled with dirt. Then they'd be wet and muddy as well. And that would be a laundry hell for them, I suppose, but also for their friends and hoes, 'cause those are those who might be who are doing laundry for them. Again, please pick up the hose, squirt it at your nose. Bring me then a rose and we will see if you can still smell like you used to. with water in your nose. Probably not. Instead it will be falling just like wet snot from the hose I squirted in your nose a lot. Oh my God, you were so cocky. You said you'll never get me in the nose like Rocky with your hose. I'm sure I'll resist your attack. I'm super fast and stuff like that. But instead, I surprised your nose. I squirted it with my garden hose. And now look who's sad and sorry and wet. It's you. It's true. It's you. It's you. No doubt you were thinking, no way he's gonna get me. I see no inkling of any capacity. Where is his hose after all? I see no hose here at all. How could he possibly get me? But secretly I had the hose behind my back the full time. And that's how I got you. I pulled it out and turned the knob and I squirted you in the nose. And now I think he knows that next time I say I'm gonna squirt you, you should believe me, weren't you? Disappointed that you didn't believe me this time. I call that song Squirt You in the Nose. Okay, so in case you wanted a song about being squirted in the nose, there you go. For my next song topic, it'll be called Woodland Cutlets in the Morning. Woodland cutlets in the morning, bring woodland friends. Woodland cutlets in the afternoon, can bring them again. But too many woodland friends can disappoint. They aren't very nice house guests. Can I sing a song about a goose named Susan? Okay, I could do that. Once there was a goose named Susan. She went out bar hopping and boozing. When she got to the ferry bar, they said, "Wait until your goose is hard." She said, "What is this, some kind of bar-based joke?" And they said, "No, we don't serve gooses, 'cause we've learned from past experience that if a customer has a slice of bread, the goose will come and steal it with their picking head and stealing heady ways." And Susan said, "Hey, I'm not one of those kind of geese. I'd never steal a piece of yeast. I'd never take a person's bread. I'm here to get drunk instead. My name is Susan. You can trust me." But the bartender said, "No, we discriminate against you geese here." And then Susan started slowly walking out. Her bill was dipping sadly to the ground. Said I wouldn't steal bread if even not doing so were to make me dead. But then a customer arrived, piece of bread in hand. Susan made a dive, grabbed it, then she ran. Now Susan's hiding, running wild, chomping on that bread. And the bartender said, that's why we only serve humans instead. That was a pretty good, that was a pretty good song about a goose named Susan. A song about an INTJ with one testicle. One ball wonder where there was an INTJ who only had one ball. People said, does it make you feel like Hitler? One ball wonder well, it said not at all. I may only have one ball, but y'all make a mistake to think that makes me anything like Hitler. My one ball is worth at least three. The total semen that comes out of me is at least a liter or three. Far better than the average man, so I am fine. I've got semen galore. I only need one ball, I don't need more. And if I needed to, I guess I'd be like you. But then I'd be afraid, 'cause I'd have only a tiny bit of spew. So I'm taking requests for make up a song about yeah, you know. One ball wonder, Willie. The INTJ. He only has one ball, but it's worth at least three balls. Dulles made a terrible, 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 terrible mistake when he said, yes, I will go on naked and afraid. He should have known right then he was going to burn. His skin was too white for this tropical destination. He entered the jungle and he met his partner Sam. She was a 32-year-old strong woman from Michigan. Dulles said, let's find water. Dulles said, let's make fire. Dulles said, oh my God, I can't handle this any longer. This hour we've been out here for 10 minutes straight. I've got 3 bites, I don't feel great. I forgot how to lift a weight. I wonder what I'll do. I wonder what I'll do. I wonder what I'll do when we need some food. 4 or 5 minutes from now, I think, dude, 'cause I haven't eaten since we left the hotel, and I'm just not feeling very well. Oh no. Then the lady said, I think I saw you on the internet. Aren't you an said, yeah. She said, as he pulled out here, oh God, oh yeah, you aren't gonna last. God said I'm gonna give it my best, but he only lasted for the first couple hours of the first day. And that was mostly because the pickup vehicle was far away. It's called Dallas Goes on Naked and Afraid. You can also call it Eric Goes on Naked and Afraid for that matter. I wouldn't last any longer than Dallas. Fuck you, guitar. You're a horrible, horrible failure machine. This is my horrible failure machine. You come outside. You come outside. Your arms are broken. Your arms aren't broken. That's silly. That's wrong. That's not how it goes. Rachel was on a safari and a giraffe came up and with a lack of regard for her attentional needs, the giraffe said, "Hey, give it to me." And Rachel said, "I think that giraffe's effie polar." Like that? Is that the song you were hoping for? What are the most aesthetically pleasing things about a woman? Might it be her flower smell? Or the way her dress flutters in the summer breeze? These are certainly things that might aesthetically please. But perhaps it is her bosom. Perhaps it is her face. Perhaps it is her ass cheek. You'll have to look to ascertain if that's the case. There's a song about what's aesthetically pleasing about a woman. Woman, your beauty, softness, tender ways enchant me, oh woman. When I gaze into your eyes, I see a pool of moonlight. When I stare upon your lips, I see roses all abloom. And when I look at your breasts, I see fluffy white pillows. And when I look at your hips, I see childbearing passages. Childbearing passages. Oh, woman, let's reduce you to your reproductive purposes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, woman, so enslaved are you to your lust. They call it Jordan Peterson's love song. You just like this is Jordan Peterson singing a love song to his wife. You're just like a lobster, and I think that's really, really amazing stuff. I mean, that's really special stuff, honey. Yeah, you remind me of a lobster. Lobsters tell us a lot. You're really onto something important here. You know, the fact is, uh, a high value male like me can attract, a lot of potential mates, and that's really something, but I don't even want any other mates. Why? Because that's how special you are to me. You're like a lobster. And that's really important, and you bet damn well hope so. You're like a lobster. Yeah. It's just not true to deny what I'm singing in this song. And darling, you bet damn well believe when I saw you there in the moonlight, I knew you were my girl. I could feel the hormonal shift and I went into lobster fighting mode. I battled 6 or 7 different lobsters that night before I won your favor. And that's why I made you this song. You bet damn well hope so. Thoughts on Alabama Fight? I don't know what Alabama Fight is. I wrote you this other song, sweetie. It's also kind of a love song, but it's kind of an advice song too. Goes like this. Look, you just need to clean your damn room, okay? I'm sick of you making a mess around here. You need to be responsible. Clean your damn room. Also, improve some on that IQ score. A high IQ correlates more strongly with the outcomes for people than any other score there is. Thanks, Jordan Peterson. You need to evolve. You're not evolving enough. Back in hunter gatherer days, the tribes needed people who could find fruit that was ripe. And that's why we evolved a favoring of the color red. Oh, all right. And you better not well believe it. I'm worried. I'm really worried about the future of this, of our Western civilization. Do you know that girls can wear pants now? You could blame it on the Democrats. You could blame it on the Republicans, but I know the truth is what started all this jazz in the first place. Let's be honest with ourselves. For maybe the first time in our lives, we never should have ever let girls wear pants. It used to be you had plenty of like private schools who insisted on a uniform. Like, no, girls, you must wear these highly and inappropriately sexualized Catholic schoolgirl uniforms. Yeah, anti-burqa movement. Girls should only be able to wear pasties and vagina pasties. And that's it. You probably don't want that for all women. You really just want that for a certain demographic of women, probably, both, if you're being honest. You don't want your grandma to be subject to that law. But I like where you're going with this, the anti-burqa. You know, you just make it into a feminist movement, you know. Young college women across America need to reject the burqa and embrace the anti-burqa movement, wearing only pasties and a vagina pasty, no matter how cold it is. It's how we men show respect for women, is by encouraging them to do this. I respect you so much that I think you should take off your clothes. No, baby, I'm just trying to empower you. Empower me how? By having sex with you. It makes you be a liberated woman, you know. You're really owning your own sexuality. This is helping you be more woke as a woman. That's why I want you to take off all of your clothes and let me have sex with you. Because I'm a feminist. That'd be a good pickup line. Probably work pretty well. Look, hey, I get it. It can be hard in this male-dominated misogynist society for you to just really own your own sexuality. But I'm here to facilitate your defeating the patriarchy once and for all. Good. Yeah, right there. Go ahead. Just like that. There you go. See what a liberated woman you are? I'm sure there's some people who try that shit, you know. I'm not one of them, obviously. I have my wonderful and delightful Rachel. I have no need or interest in any other women. But for those of you who like to look at nudie pics and other such immoral behavior, well, it's wokeness training time again. I'm going to help you be more woke again. Are you sure this is helping me be more woke? Well, it will be shortly. Now ask the question again. Yes, yeah, I'm sure now. It is making you be more woke. You are so woke, you're waking me up. I'm learning a lot about the patriarchy right now and how awful it is. This is like a women's studies class. Only the lecture is so much better. Oh, exactly. There's some sexist jokes for you. There's some edgy sexist jokes. I knew you wanted some. You were saying, where are the edgy sexist jokes? And you gotta admit, that's a pretty good one. Right there. Okay. Don't do anything crazy. You're so smart. You're making me sexist. What if it was for the sake of karma? Oh, is this some sort of like racial brawl? Bobby. I knocked down that lady. I don't have the sound on. I guess that lady is trying to break it up or what? Where'd that guy come swimming in from? Huh. Why they're hitting the ladies even? That's pretty interesting. I mean, you only get it from the very beginning. It's hard to say exactly what happened before that. But it's interesting seeing civil breakdown, you know. That's what happens when people don't use words. Oh, the comments on this are all very one-sided, because it's like there's a certain point of defending yourself, and then a certain point when it gets a little bit, you know, exacting street justice beyond that which is appropriate. Like, you know, when they're hitting the ladies, come on. When now, granted, initially you got multiple guys from the boat getting on the security guard, initiating the whole thing, but and that wasn't cool. Apparently initiating it. We don't know what happened before the video started rolling. Um, but then the amount of retribution that seemed excessive, given the amount of wrongdoing initiating it. Granted, it's responsive, but there still should be proportionality. I mean, so it's not a good look for anybody, in my opinion. Everybody just celebrating the black people beating up the white people is not good either, you know. So, I mean, the point is, nobody should be celebrating things resolved in that fashion, right? I was waiting for the cops to arrive to prevent further violence, you know? It's, is it necessary and appropriate for the person to respond by defending himself? Sure. Is it reasonable for others to get involved to make sure he can defend himself fairly against multiple people? Yes. But then to maintain the moral high ground, you can't shift to the attack. You gotta you gotta come. Oh, the cop tosses the woman to the ground? Okay. Well, you've got to you got to sustain the moral high ground. You're in the right when you're just defending that guy, making sure he's safe. Beyond that, it's you've given up the moral high ground when you go to attack them after the fact rather than getting the cops involved and dealing with it that way. So in that regard, nobody in that video should be proud of themselves. Meow. Well, of course it's going to be made after a race thing. It's happened in Alabama. And, Alabama has a long history of racial stuff. Whether that's contemporaneous, whether it's a contemporaneous kind of reality that ought to inform that exchange, or whether it is reflective of it being a contemporaneous reality too recently. Well, I mean, obviously, you got one boatload of white people and a whole lot of black people, and all the white people are on one side of the fight, all the black people are on the other side of the fight. It's going to be viewed through a racial lens. It happens in Alabama, especially. Certainly, it was perceived as a racial thing by the black people involved. I mean, we don't know also what the security guard was talking to him about the boat. We don't know what happened before the video started filming. Um, if it was just a problem with that boatload of people and the security guard that had nothing to do with race initially, which is possible, then it certainly became about race when the stand buyers made it definitively about race. We don't know whether it was about race to begin with, but. Um, it speaks to a level of anger that still exists about that probably most of the people who have that anger don't have any experience that really justifies that level of anger. No, Mr. Bobby linked to this racially charged fight. I'd say the blacks one. But my point is, this is the sort of problem that when we're in general when we frame things in terms of race, and the comments on that video certainly were all very much framing things in that way. Um, it may or may not have been about race initially. It became about race as, you know, the two sides worth of combatants yeah, you know. But the point is, drunken idiots fighting at boat places are not uncommon. It's like nature's way. I don't think Mr. Bobby's necessarily trying to spread hate, although I can understand why you would make that claim. Like, the point of it would be that I took Bobby's wrench away. That that if you're gonna take a stance on it, and you're gonna take a correct stance on it, it's gonna be like my stance that you know the big gang of people attacking the white voters lost the moral high ground they may have initially had by choosing to take that approach after the conflict was over, right? But I don't want this to be used as for what purpose, Boba Fett. I wouldn't want that to be used as an indictment of black people, you know. Okay. I mean, I think that should be the narrative everybody has to say about it too. It's like the problem here is this sort of glorification of violence, regardless of who's committing it. You know, violence is what happens when civil society breaks down. It's not something to be celebrated in really any capacity except a structured sporting one, maybe. All right, Mr. Bob, you make a fair point, but you don't need to be all super sensitive about it. Whole barn up here. Well, my penis is kind of a pinkish gray color, but when all the lights are out, it's as black as night itself. Well, as a transracial person, I can tell you, my penis not only changes sizes frequently, it also changes colors, shades of skin tone, from as black as ebony to as white as ivory and everything in between. Um, in all incarnations, my penis has been mostly cheerful, well behaved, you know, attentive to its important jobs of peeing and don't say that, Karma stuff. That's not nice. Mm. When I was in middle school, I thought Chinese people had some kind of strange triangular penises because in gym class there were a couple of Chinese kids in there and they were not circumcised and everybody else was circumcised. I didn't know what was going on. I've been both, show media. It's exactly the same. Because, in case you haven't heard, race isn't real. Just the color. I mean, I'd just rather be Eric. Okay, I will take his thing away. Aliana's here. Alpha versus Gamma Quadra distinction. Alpha Quadra walks like this. Miggity, miggity, meow. But Gamma Quadra walks like this. Miggity, miggity, meow. That's not a bad idea, Mr. Bobby. If I'm gonna get a color for my penis, I'm thinking like British racing green with pinstripes. Gamma Quadra. Using Gamma Quadra, is that SFPs, NTJs? I mean, Alpha Quadra and Gamma Quadra are very different. If I got the quadra right, they share no conscious cognitive functions. So, the best relationships are ones where they have complementary values. Like INTJ, ENTP works pretty well because they both are NDOMs and they both have T's as instrumentals, F's as absolutes. But well, I mean, it's not an essential factor for bone marrow transplants. It is the case that some people are more able to give you bone marrow than others, right? And you might be able to say that it turns out that other people we colloquially identify as black people are better matches for bone marrow transplants than people we colloquially call white people. But that's just a matter of ancestral closeness, not race, right? So it's like people in your own family are going to be a better match to you than somebody who's more distantly related. Where is Waldo's penis? I'm guessing it's in his pants. That's where people normally keep it. From what I've heard, anyway. I've asked a lot of people, where do you keep your penis? And almost all of them have said, in my pants. Okay, but the thing is, yes, there are groups of people who have more similar genetic ancestry and groups of people who have less similar genetic ancestry. But there's no reason to draw lines called race around those groups since there's a multiplicity of those groups. There's no clear understanding of exactly how many different races there are and what make those races different from one another. The differences between the so-called races are no greater than differences within the so-called races genetically. So why should we draw those lines around those arbitrary uh, places that are just observational similarities of appearance? I mean, does it? So, like, how does that help them? If I'm a white person and I go to the hospital, can I not get black blood or something? Like, how is it relevant at all? How does it help them in any way, shape, or form? No, it's a perfectly safe one because I know what I'm doing, right? Thing is, there's nothing to this. There is nothing to it, race. It's completely bullshit. Because it appeared, you know, in the time of explorers and shit that we had, these different populations of people, each of whom looked very different. Um, Indians look like Indians, Chinese people look like Chinese people, Japanese people look like Japanese people, but Westerners probably didn't really make clear distinctions between how they look different. Um, so they just said, well, you got your Asians, because Chinese people, Japanese people, Koreans kind of look similar. You got your Caucasians because Europeans kind of look similar, at least compared to Asians. And then you got your black people because black people kind of look similar, at least compared to other things. And then you got your like Native Americans. We don't really know what race they are exactly, and even though Spaniards look about as much like North Africans as they do like uh, Nordic people from like Iceland, right? In terms of their actual appearance, they look quite different from each other. They're all considered one race, even though they totally split the difference between purportedly black or maybe Arab people in North Africa and and white people in Iceland or whatever. Okay, but the thing is, there's a difference between how it happens with all animals. In other words, we're able to distinguish between species of animals based on whether they can interbreed successfully, reproduce, and produce reproductively viable offspring. The fact that you'd have specific populations of the same species with like different feather colors and stuff um, that sustain is it just relies on geographical isolation. In other words, those are temporary variations, prioritizations of certain variations within the genome, but they're they're not they don't represent anything with any genomic staying power because there's no inability to breed, right? So they're the same species. So we'd be using the term race to mean something like breed of dog, which, as we know, is an arbitrary distinction we make because we've sustained certain qualities of dog by breeding them with other like dogs until we have a bunch of them that look kind of the same. And we know that if people were to stop doing that and just breed them with whatever random dogs, then there'd be no more breeds. They'd all revert back to proto proto dog. So the thing is, the difference between races and breeds of dogs is with breeds of dogs, you've got people intentionally breeding them not just for physical qualities, but also for personality qualities or temperament qualities. So you've got some dogs that are much more territorial, possessive, guard doggy, and some dogs that are much more friendly and easygoing and stuff. That's not really the case with the various geographic isolation group differentiations that human beings started with, right? The point is that distinction, the most important takeaway from it, Mr. Bobby, is that distinction that you're making there about race is a much less significant distinction than distinctions you can make within populations of the so-called same race. So in other words, um, there's no more variation between black Africans and genetically and white people in Iceland than there is genetic differentiation within the populations of each of those two populations, which tells you it's not a significant, to the extent that there's any significant information to be had there, that it should be way low on the list of priorities of interest, right? Because, first of all, it's always going to be outweighed by the individual's information. Whatever you might believe to be about a race, you should never apply that to an individual as an assumption because they're an individual first and may or may not have the quality of that you think belongs to a given race. Then there's your second problem: is whatever quality you think belongs to a given race you want to assign to a given race, um, you're trying to take away the individual's primacy from this question. And the individual always has to have primacy because it's never fair for you to place your constructed positions about what a given race's quality or something is, or habits or whatever, and assume and then try to get another individual human being to fit into your box because you perceive them to be of that race. There's no real other way to deal with race, unfortunately, right? Because it's fundamentally an ontological assault when you're talking about somebody else's race or you're talking about a race in general, right? It's an assault because whatever you're going to say about white people, I don't want to be constrained by that. It's not a real label. It's not like a cognitive function type. Well, the dog breeds came because human beings purposefully isolated them geographically, which is to say they only lived and bred with the dogs they wanted to breed with. I'm not discounting empirical data entirely. I'm pointing out that when it comes to the issue of race, um, there's insufficient concrete specific differences that you can point to. There's an inability to specifically say what race somebody is. They can only give you a mix of a variety of ethnicities, and there's an inability to establish how many different races there are. So you're talking about a non-operationalized and non-operationalizable term because it doesn't comprise any kind of clear boundaries, and yet you want to deal with it as though it were appropriate for static understandings, statuses. I am this race, and that means something specific. Is bullshit, right? They are this race, and that means something specific. Is bullshit. You can assign it meaning, but to do so, you're always doing bad work. You're trying to remove the individual identities distinct from whatever label you want to assign to those individuals, their individual autonomy and identity, by making them be part of a race that is undefined, undefinable, and for all intents and purposes, meaningless. It's like we could go around and collect commonalities between people with beards, right? You could find some commonalities, like all people with beards, naturally growing beards anyway, are after puberty. All people with beards either are men or have had male hormone treatment, etc. So, no, phenotypes are very much less, they're way too specific, right? They're way too particularist. Everybody's phenotype is slightly different. And just because there's a commonality in a group of people's phenotype, I could point to a room of people, all of whom were uh, 5'7", and I could say, it's those 5'7" people. Really, the only commonality is they're 5'7". When you're talking about race, what you really mean is this colloquial grokking that somebody's a black person by their skin color and other facial features and body features that you associate with black person, right? So it's exactly the same thing. Like those people were 5'7", whether they're men or women, there's a bunch of room, everybody 5% happens to be, they don't want to be defined by the fact that they're 5'7" and shouldn't have to be defined by that, right? Because they are first and foremost individuals who are not defined by that. Your choice to define them by that is a form of ontological assault. Unlike typology, right? Because typology is an accurate description of how people actually form into groups by attentional stacks. It actually explains things. It refers to something real. You can get empirical data that says this is why this person is part of this group. This is what it means to be part of this group. These are their strengths, these are their deficits, etc. It's the only thing I can think of in the history of human society that has successfully pulled that off. That has successfully put people into groups without committing just rampant ontological assault, without just projecting one of the frames of reference that cognitive functions comprehensively explains, you know? If you want to avoid groupist shit, but you want to talk about groups, typology is the only group that is legitimate to talk about because it actually subsumes the individual. No matter how much you are an individual, you are still an individual of a certain configuration and not of another configuration, right? And that constrains who you are, who you can be, who you will be. It explains why you're the same kind of person throughout your life, right? It's a real group that you actually unavoidably belong to, like, say, gender or sex, you might say. Sex is a thing you unavoidably belong to. You're born with either two X chromosomes or an XY chromosome, or you're deviant from the norm that is in a way that can only be considered damaged or didn't come out right. Like some kids come out like deformed and stuff, and various ways, and that happens. Like you can have like Fragile X syndrome is a syndrome that affects boys only because one of their X chromosomes is weak. But in girls, because they have two X chromosomes, they don't display any symptoms of it because they have another one covering the bases, right? Well, that doesn't have to do with sex, but let's say they were an equivalent thing. Well, there's one called double Y. They still have an X chromosome, but they have two Ys. The point is, it's binary, right? You can't have a Y in your chromosome mix and not be sex male. So, same thing is true with type. It's not the same thing with race. Race is not binary like that. It doesn't meaningfully constrain any scope of information. It's not defining about anything about any individual that you can use to meaningfully or correctly inform you about that individual. Unlike, say, sex, if I tell you somebody's female, you can meaningfully infer from that and be correct that means they have two X chromosomes. And that a whole slew of other things are very highly likely. There are exceptions, but those exceptions are outliers. And it's always wise to not argue from the margins like that. Yes, the thing's binary. Yes, also, there are outlier exceptions that challenge that absolute universality, but it still functions as a universal. It's just sometimes the expression of it gets muddled. In contrast, masculinity and femininity are um, not subject to binaries like that and are the same sort of thing as race. Like, tell somebody, you're you're masculine. Well, okay, that's according to your understanding of what masculine is, and not something you should be imposing on somebody else, right? Your fingertips burn so badly? Don't put butter on them. Yeah, well, it's 12:45 in the morning, so probably not a good time to be super loud or anything. When I'm outside, when I'm inside, I can be relatively loud. We've got all the doors closed and everything. Ow. Just put aloe vera on it. If you don't have aloe vera, but you do have weed concentrate actually works quite well on burns too. You can stick your phenotype in your phenopipe. Boom. Somebody get some of that aloe from Mr. Bobby while you're there. Rubbing alcohol on burns is a terrible idea. Anything a man does is masculine because it's from a man regardless to how it's perceived. A man does not allow others to dictate his fate. I mean, circumstances determine that more than anything else. A lot of people find themselves in circumstances where they have a limited capacity to control their own fate. You know, got a family to support, they've got a job they don't like, but they they can't really afford um, right now the sort of interim phase of changing jobs. Yeah, even if a man has to choose submission, it's a choice to submit. Well, um, I mean, I was always a bit of a difficult employee, you know, opinionated and not especially fond of taking orders, but, and, a little eccentric. A lot of people, I think, in certain, depending on what capacity I was operating under, a lot of people didn't really know what to make of me. Maybe still don't. I used to be like more on speed back in the day when when I forgot what I was saying. I got sidetracked by Alien at the thing. Now we are Americans from. We had a Strauss relative fight in the Civil War. We went and looked at his name on some monument, some Civil War battlefield. We went on vacation one time. Yeah, well, I think eccentric's a fair word to to use to describe me. I I'm not exactly flying by the conventional mores by and large. Here I am, 52 years old, and I've got my bong and my weed right next to me, and you know, in a lot of ways, still act like a kid. Can be kind of irresponsible. I can kind of feel sorrow and sadness sometimes because I'm not being responsible enough. But other times I feel like, meh, that's probably the most appropriate thing I should feel about it. But I still have habits of being anxious that are probably not necessary now, not very helpful, but old habits die hard. Just like Bruce Willis in that movie, oh gosh, what was it called? Die Hard, I think. Or maybe it was Die Hard 2. Free spirit is a better word for me. I mean, free spirit makes me sound like I'm dancing around with scarves. Right. Well, I'm 7'4", which is the curve surfer. Okay, so I got a little bit of a cooler name than that. Uh, Oni Rex Satori Morningstar. I'm not a free spirit. Okay, I'm a curve surfer. Rachel's got the worst name for her dry type. She's the self doubter. Wah, 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 wah. People don't want to be named the self doubter. They want a good name like the wise insight lady. Okay, will you stop with your fucking phrenology or whatever it is? You're just trying to draw lines where even though it's possible to draw them, there's no disputing that it's possible to draw lines and describe different kinds of facial features and stuff, and then ascribe them to certain races. It's not good work to be doing, so don't do it, right? No good can possibly come of whatever it is you're trying to do here. You're just trying to reduce a population of individuals to a group that they're not meaningfully reduced to, and it's just group is bullshit. So don't do that. Okay. This shit like studying the differences of of physiologies of individuals of different races and categorizing them. Why are you categorizing them? What are you categorizing them for? So you can know who to hate, so you can know who you don't have to take seriously, so you can justify how you're better than these other people because of some reason. What possible good purpose could you have for doing that? Well, I mean, you're the one putting the words here. I don't care. I'm not trying to defend hospitals using race. Okay? I don't know how they use it, and I'm not trying to defend that. The fact that hospitals do that is not a good reason for you to do that. Hospitals, as a general rule, are not good places to look for competence, sanity, good ways of doing things, or anything else. But what are you assessing? What are you assessing for? You're assessing their race. Why? Okay, well, I mean, but you could assess, instead of that, you could assess, um, height to weight ratios of different populations without factoring in race. So it would be an equivalently informative, if not more informative thing. So why choose race? Why carve out groups like that at all, if not to compare them against each other? Okay, so I mean, it's possible to group people by phenotypic similarities, but there's so many different possible things to look at in terms of similarities, right? Like, is sensitive about his cephalic index. I gotta look what that is. Cephalic index. What does that mean? The percentage of breadth to length in skull. Huh. I don't know what my cephalic index is. I wish I did. Then I'd know if I was okay or not. Then I'd know if I was okay or if there was something wrong with me. Michael Smith should do something more productive with his life. Yeah, I mean, I think type gives us what people seem to want, a genuine group label that is informative about the person in the group rather than being misleading about the person in the group. Well, I'm not going to watch it. If somebody else wants to watch it and tell me what it says, that's fine. Okay, but what are you categorizing people into those phenotypic groups for? Like you could arbitrarily draw your lines around any kind of set of phenotypic commonalities. Why do you pick the ones you're picking? What are you doing it for? That Michael Smith, he dislikes me so much. There's not any good reason to dislike me that I can think of. For him, I mean. I'm sure other people might have good reasons to dislike me, but I can't think of anything that did to him that made him dislike me so much. He negated my notion that he had seen that video of Melissa Talks. You hope I don't get tempted to watch it. I'm not going to be tempted to watch it. I don't need to see that. A friend of TWFP doesn't understand that Eric doesn't want friends. That's an interesting observation. I'm obviously not very interested in collaborating with other YouTubers. We're doing the normal YouTube thing. Um, a lot of people don't seem to get that. That I'm not necessarily interested in strategies that well, maybe if you search for titles host Eric talking with famous people, put the filter on today, you might be able to find it. One of the 5 laws causing negatives for himself and for others. That's a form of stupidity. In other words, spite. No, I mean, I'd be kind of curious to hear somebody else tell me. I don't want to watch it myself. It might make me mad or whatever, but I wouldn't mind hearing a general report on it. I appreciate Bobby's taking one on the chin for us. Yeah. He's got you. He's got you this time. You don't need to rub it in, Mr. Bobby. He's got you this time, Winston's mom. Your frowny face is a real rub it inner, is what it is. Just leave the salt out of the wounds. We don't need to salt the wounds. Everything hurts badly enough, right? It's like that great lyric by Johnny. Uh, he's better than me because yeah, he's better than me And oh my god, it fucking hurts because I'm not like other guys. I'm worse. And she's better than me. Isn't that a great lyric? That's a great lyric. He's better than me. Oh my god, it fucking hurts because I'm not like other guys, I'm worse. And she's better than me. Man, 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 man. Wish that I had something more than an old used towel under my bathroom floor. It's good lyrics. Well, do I feel slighted or wounded? Oh yeah, he's been blocked for a long time. I think he still shows up periodically and under various names, you know. Seems innocuous enough. You can't just boof weed or eat it directly. You gotta do things to activate its cannabinoids with heat. I wonder if you get suppositories from the pharmacy that says on the instructions, boof twice a day before meal times. Or if you've got that hot of a butt, then maybe. I mean, well, you're more easily creeped out than I. I mean, I agree. I've felt concerned about him before. Uh, but making a doll of me and making a video is how you deal with things in a civil fashion. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Um, that's an appropriate outlet for his energies, right? It's exactly what one should do if one's mad. Make a video with a little doll making fun or critiquing me in some way. That's legit way to deal with your being mad at somebody. That's the alternative to the bad way of doing things. The problem is, he's not going to be probably very happy about my lack of engagement with it because I don't really want to just encourage. I don't want to just encourage his engagement with me really any further. Um, it seems volatile to me. I don't know. I find it perfectly fine, normal thing to do. It doesn't really change my perspective on him overall. But um, it's one of those things that I've always had to deal with. Yeah, I tend to have a little bit of a fly guys approach. I don't want to deal with this shit. I've had crazy shit happen before for me too. So it's good to be cautious. Cautious Dukakis. By being the cautious Dukakis, you too can fail to be elected president. Well, it certainly does feel good to attend to certain SI matters, including urination, the passage of gas, potentially even, mayhaps, a bowel movement. If I should be so lucky. A little backed up right now. Like the 4:05 on a Friday afternoon. I got all kinds of SI tingles cascading down my bone, like my bones, like glitter from a recently completed school project. What your project probably needs is a little bit more glitter. If you think your diorama is perfect right now, try adding some glitter. That'll make it more sparkly. And yes, 7-year-old girl, everyone likes things just as sparkly as you do. It was kind of nice working with little kids when I did. I never really worked with 7-year-olds since like second grade. I never got down to working with kids that young. Fourth grade was about my limit. I did maybe teach a third grade class or two, but I'm not under any threat. I wrote a song about Eric's floor. Okay. There you go. Song about Eric's floor. That's not it. Not really the song about my floor. My house has a ceiling and a ground. It's got a couple kinds of ground. One kind of ground is carpet. It is a good, robust blue carpet, but most of the floor is tile. I vacuum it and it begets plenty of dust for the tube outside. It will collect all the little specks that I vacuum up when I go by. Now the tile naturally could use a wash as well, but we don't do that so often because we find it's a grind and my lower back will hurt. It's a song about our floors. You like a different kind of song? Like, if you like floors, then look at mine, 'cause I have floors that are very fine. Some of my floors are made of diamonds. If diamonds glad you asked about my floors. Yeah, they are floors that I adore. Yeah, they're where my feet go when I walk, and so they're a place that I like to give glowing reviews about in the newspaper to boost its self-esteem. There's two different songs about my floors. You can pick whichever one you think is more like radio ready as a single. You just go ahead and put that on top of the charts. I'm not telling Bobby what you want to know. Bobby says, but tell me what it is you want for Christmas so I can get it in time. Please won't you say, but Karma's pimp's not feeling that way, and he won't tell you what he does want for Christmas. Six on the issue complete. I've got some good news and some bad news. Show media. Your diagnostic results have returned. The good news is we know what the problem is. The bad news is the problem's the problem. Yes, it turns out you're incomplete. Incomplete. Complete me, show media implores. Complete me, complete me, complete me with something in store for completion ceremonies. Something effective, something bony perhaps, or phony if that's what's required. 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 If that's what's required. I'm done. I'm done live streaming. Thank you for being here, everybody. I'm sorry I gave you such a boring live stream tonight. I guess I'm just feeling in a boring mood. Maybe 3/4 incompetent, 1/4 boring. I think maybe I'll record a little bit of music. I don't have to be out loud to record music. Like I can amplify and not have anything come out of the speakers. So I can do that in the middle of the night. I feel like it. All right, goodbye everybody. I love you. Thanks for being here and keeping me company and everything. And appreciate it. I got a clip out of it. What's the clip out of it that I got? What was I gonna clip? Oh, my response to that fight thing. Thanks, Fly Guy. I appreciate the vote of confidence. All right, maybe I will clip that. Thanks, Mr. Garvey. That's a good suggestion. All right, have a good night, everybody.